welcome to the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium, home of table tennis for these Paralympic Games. Today we have a gold medal match in the women's team classes 9 to 10, featuring defending champions Poland and a very dangerous Australian side. Well, they say better the devil you know, and these athletes certainly know each other pretty well by now. We have world number one, Natalia Partyka of Poland, and she is defending singles champion. She was dethroned earlier this week by Yang Qian in the gold medal match earlier. She'll have a point to prove here today. Well, this formidable Australian team features two Tokyo 2020 gold medalists, Lei Li Na matching Yang's feat with a singles gold of her own in Class 9. Both Polish players have medals of their own though, both taking bronze in their respective singles classes. But up for grabs today is gold. Can Poland defend their title? Will we see a new Paralympic champion in this team event? Plenty to look forward to.
I think you've summed it up absolutely beautifully. This is going to be such an engrossing competition. Team finals are always fascinating things psychologically, but there's an extra little bit of mustard that's been added to this one, courtesy of, exactly as you said, the fact they've met before, so many of these players throughout the competition. They know each other so well. Australia, on paper, perhaps the favourites. Paper doesn't tend to be a very good place to hold sporting contests, but what you have got with Poland is that added element of a little bit of revenge, perhaps.
And there they are, Natalia Partyka and Karolina Pek, world number one in Class 10. Partyka and Pek is the world number 2 in Class 9, so plenty of class between the two of them. Multiple Paralympic medalists. And as I said, they've already taken a bronze medal each these games. But how about this Australian side? 2 gold medals already in the singles. Big smiles for Australia, they look relaxed.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? You're quite right, they do look very relaxed, and perhaps when you come into a team competition having performed so well in your singles contests, then maybe this is a bonus one. I'm not sure. It's not right for us to make suppositions about what the athletes are feeling right now, but certainly they will be feeling confident, that we can be sure of, and they should be, because they've been playing so well.
Well, that's how this morning is going to go. We start with a doubles match. Partyka and Pek, of course, the only 2 Polish players in this team. Australia have a choice of 3, and that will be Yang and Lei, who start with the doubles. Then we'll move on to a singles match, and depending on the outcome of the first 2 matches, we might go to a third, a deciding singles, and if we do, it will be Pek for Poland and Tapa will step in for Australia.
A closer look at the athletes. Poland CD1, Australia CD2 in this final of the women's teams class 9 to 10. Poland, Natalia Partyka, 32 years old, world ranked number 1 in class 10. Won bronze here in the women's singles.
Isn't there such an interesting contrast in atmospheres as you look at these 2 teams? The intensity, the focus, the compartmentalising almost that's going on with Partyka and Pek. They're very much in their own head, doing their own thing. You've got their opponents in this doubles contest, Yang and Lei, who are just having a chit-chat and enjoying each other's company. And it's evidence, isn't there, that there is no right and wrong in sport in how you go out and how you prepare, and there's no right and wrong in how you work together as a team. All that matters is you find a way to win the contest.
Absolutely, and it is so interesting to see this Polish pair. They look very businesslike, very focused, not talking to each other, and like you said, very much in their own zone. And we saw there the two Australians laughing together, sharing a joke, and it will be interesting to see what each side brings to the table.
Well, he who laughs last laughs longest, so the old adage goes. It's a long competition, a team event, or ideally it's a long competition. They can be incredibly quick, they can be things that are wrapped up very fast, but we are hopeful, are we not, of a most drawn out and engrossing contest. And I'm sure you are watching at home as well, wherever you're watching from, whoever you're supporting, whether you're watching this as a neutral. And I think the one that everybody's got their eye on, with all due respect to what's going to be a wonderful doubles contest, is the singles match that's following this.
Absolutely, and of course Partyka gold in singles in Athens, in Beijing, in London, in Rio. She came here looking for a 5th gold medal, but it wasn't to be.
China in the semi-final, whereas Poland beat Japan 2-0 in their quarter-final, and in the semi-final beat Brazil.
And that match was a remarkable contest. It was definitely one of the matches of the Paralympic Games table tennis tournament so far. And certainly as we have a look at the way that Poland made it through to the final of the competition, an impressive win against Brazil in the semi-final stage without concession of a game, or concession of a match, I should say. And for Hungary, again, for Australia, who are hungry for success, an extremely confident passage through, and that win over the People's Republic of China in the semi-final stage, a very dominant performance.
So the action about to get underway.
And wins over China don't come easy in table tennis.
Poland against Australia.
That's for sure.
We go in our first final.
Luz Pichado of Dominican Republic will shine a light on this one from the chair, joined by Jens Guldberg of Denmark. Well, they may have lost some quite big matches at these Paralympic Games, but they're two outstanding players, Partyka and Beck. One would be utterly foolish to ever think that Partyka is an underdog in a match. She spent her entire career being the dominant force in table tennis, but these Paralympic Games have maybe asked some greater questions. She said she's going to go the whole distance. She's going to carry on playing to Paris.
Looks like we are ready to get underway then.
That's going to be the danger. It always is in any doubles contest featuring Partyka. She can whip the ball with such accuracy on the diagonal. That was quite a wind-up and quite a strike. Big old forehand that from Yang. What a fascinating opening to this doubles match.
Absolutely. I think it'll be a fascinating end as well.
Whenever it may come, might be a while. The net, not the friend of Yang Chan. That's really nice teamwork. Little set-up shot from Peck and then finished with a plomb by Partyka. Same again.
Yeah, great communication between the Polish pair, and they've now opened up a 4-point lead.
What beautiful cultivation of space. Oh, I'm not surprised that Yang just turns away rather wistfully after playing that. A clear error. Well, just a few loose points here and there from the Australians. And there's one in kind from Poland.
And another. Game points then for the Polish pair, 4 of them. And that's nicely done. Poland taking the early advantage, taking the first game by 11 points to 6. That's a great start for them, and they'll need that.
It was, and what a fantastic shot to secure the opening game as well. Just for a moment, it seemed as though the errors were starting to creep in, and one wondered, will Partyka and Peck actually get the game across the line? And then just a pause, inhaling, exhaling a breath, depending on how you look at it, and then, boom, steady, placed beautifully.
Yeah, it's very well done from that pair, and certainly psychologically really important to have got that first game on the board.
Well, that was the atmosphere before the start of the match. Might not be quite as jovial now. It's all very well for bonhomie to breed bonhomie, but you've actually got to cultivate it into something material.
Well, it'll be interesting to see the response from Australia coming out into this second game.
When one looks at the vast collection of accolades those two have won, one expects a response of some description, and a pretty good one. What a wonderful length on that shot. Really finding the furthest extremities of the playing surface. Problem is, though, if you leave anything short for a player like Partyka, then it will disappear.
She's very ruthless when she sees an opportunity.
I think that's a really good choice of word, actually. Very much a player who likes to kill off the point fast. Nothing you can do about that, really. Might be regarded as something of a let-off for Australia. Big wind-up from Peck and going into the net.
And again from Partyka. Just have a look at this. So aggressive.
There's a very interesting psychology to these team competitions and the doubles match in particular, because yes, obviously to get a victory is of paramount importance. That's an entirely almost redundant thing to say, because that's how you win a team competition. But what about the way that you win it? What about the length of time it takes? At what cost does the victory come? Andre Agassi rather famously used to say, a highly accomplished tennis player, that he may well lose the first set, but he'll beat you during that first set. He'll destroy you for the rest of the match, was his exact way of putting it. It's going to cost so much to get anything from him. And we've seen that in some of the team competitions. You might win that opening doubles match, but you've exhausted yourself doing it, and then the tide turns fast.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if that applies here today. I get the sense that the Australians haven't really warmed up yet. They haven't found their gear, but they're just waiting.
Well, they are such experienced athletes. They're calm athletes. But the atmosphere has changed, hasn't it? I mean, they were quite different in their demeanour before the start of this match, and now they have reason to be concerned.
Shake of the head from Partyka. You could see what she wanted to do. The execution wasn't there.
Oh, yes. Wonderfully found the gap, Yang Qian, clever player.
Found the gap and found 5 game points.
Oh, that is a cruel way for you to fail to convert one of your game points. Probably would feel worse if it was just a solitary game point they had. Oh, what a put away from Peck. Game point down, that's a bold gambit.
Well, they saved 2 game points, they couldn't save a third, and it is Australia who turn the tables and take game 2 by 11 points to 7. We are all square here in this doubles match. Players back in position then for game 3. First game went the way of the Poles. Australia came fighting back in the second. And this contest is becoming really quite intriguing.
I think intriguing is, again, a most apposite choice of word. It's entirely plausible that just about every outcome we consider could now happen. It's very finely balanced. We're just down the road from the Shibuya crossing, and it feels as though the destination's about as clear as when you watch tens of thousands of people trudge across that in the morning going in different directions. Nice for the athletes to have the support of their delegations. Many of those athletes whose competitions have been concluded. Oh, that was an exquisite opening up of the space and not converted. I think it's safe to say there is demonstrable tension out there on the field of play. Good little spell this from Partyka and Peg.
But for every good little spell, they managed to put an end to it with an error.
And that is why we all find sport such an engrossing thing to watch, because the moment you think you've got a handle on what's going on, you haven't. This has the air of one of those games that's about finding a way to trudge across the line rather than sprint. Well, they just forced the Polish duo so far back from the table.
It's great pressure from the Australians. Just 2 points in it.
What an absolute belter that was from Partyka. Yeah, she's good at finding the angles, but she's also good at going right down the middle when necessary. And the length on that was a treat.
Well, game points for Poland. Fist pump from the Poles as they take game 3. We could be going the distance here in this best of 5.
And what an emphatic way it was, again, for Poland to actually secure the game. It was... it's one of those strange situations where a point is just a point, but you win a game by an error, you win a game with an emphatic sizzler of a shot like that, and maybe the latter just makes you feel a bit better as you head back to your corner. They are emboldened, and they are right to be, for they lead.
Yeah, very interesting to see the way that the Poles responded to Australia winning that second game. A real back and forth here.
Certainly something that makes for a fascinating dynamic to this final is that the teams are allowed to use 2 or 3 players, and the Australian team is electing to use Melissa Tapper in the final singles contest, should it be necessary, of course. That's the caveat to that discussion. But it could be very useful to have her in their arsenal, considering the length that we might get in this doubles match.
Yeah, to be able to call on fresh arms and legs. And a player who sat and watched from the sideline, she's picking up on all these tactics from Poland. She's watching the game from a different perspective.
I am minded at this time of the wonderfully unself-aware statement by an unnamed professional footballer who once said, I never predict anything and I never will do. It's very hard to call the way this might go. It's there for somebody to seize control of, but it's extremely finely balanced.
Who will blink first?
Every so often, one of these pairs gives the other a nicely wrapped gift.
Like that one.
Very compelling spin on the ball. It did pop up off the table most beguilingly. Yes, rather rebuking herself, Natalia Partyka. And that will only exacerbate it.
Daylight now between the two sides. 4-point lead is the biggest that Australia have had in this game so far. Players taking advantage of a towel break, perhaps to regroup more than anything.
What lovely length and quickness on that delivery. Gave Partyka nothing to work with.
Well, that's game points for Australia. The chance to level things up once again. Two games apiece then. We are all square here in this opening match. And that was the closest game yet, 11 points to 7 for Australia. And we said this contest was intriguing, and it certainly is.
One does not wish to tempt fate, but from the first half dozen points of the first game, this had the air of a decider. This felt like something that was going the distance.
Yes, we are going the distance. We will have game 5. And psychologically speaking, it'll be so interesting in terms of whoever wins or loses this game. It'll be interesting to see their response in the singles, and then perhaps in the singles after that. It's just so much to look forward to here.
You get such little time before you get back out onto the field of play to continue the contest. And I think one thing that elite athletes all share across all of their sports is that it doesn't matter how long a gap you've had or how short a gap you've had if you're winning, but a gap of a matter of a couple of minutes or so, having just lost, is quite difficult. Whoever comes out of this defeated has lost, and lost well. They've lost by playing a very good game, and that's sometimes the toughest way to lose.
Well, the deciding game now, game 5 of this opening doubles match.
Nice change of direction.
A brilliant shot down the line from Partyka. That's such a hard angle to achieve.
The pace quickened during that exchange. Such good control from the Australian duo. What a joy it is when you have a match like this where it doesn't matter where you look, you're staring at a Paralympic champion.
So much quality around that table. I don't know what the medal tally is if you count up all the medals they've all won between them, but it's significant.
It'll take the rest of the tie to do it. Add up all those World Championship, European Championship honours, multi-sport games, Asian Games. Feel free to get working on it at home, why don't you? You might have time, because it looks as though we're heading right up to the very last seconds of this one. The lion's share of the success enjoyed by Lei Na and Yang Qian during their time playing for the People's Republic of China, having made the switch after the Summer Paralympiad in Rio de Janeiro. The timeout being employed.
Well, it's an interesting one with the scores level at 5 points apiece. suppose they did have that lead and they relinquished it, so that will be why the coach wants to have a word.
Yes, maybe just a sense there that the momentum was shifting, and sometimes the timeout is not so much about coaching instruction. There certainly seems to be a fair amount of it going on there. Sometimes it is simply about stopping your opponents from playing when they're getting a little run of points, a flurry one after t'other after t'other.
And of course, in this critical fifth and deciding game, if you have a timeout, then use it.
Oh, that's dynamite. What a lovely shot. Reasonably far back from the table as well. Oh, again, that is something that Yang does quite expertly. Plays on the diagonal to find the gap. Great vision.
Well, we are getting towards the end of this match now, and someone is going to have to win it. I don't know what the difference will prove to be.
Now, what price on an immediate reply here from Australia, taking us to 9-all. It's that sort of game. It's that sort of match. It's that sort of tie. Take your Sunday best hat, pop it on, and then hold on to it. Because we are going now to the biggest point of the whole tie so far. Somebody has got a match point. I'll leave you to flip a coin and see who you think it is. Oh, that's a breathtaking exchange. You must be joking. That at that stage in the match? No, no, no.
My jaw is on the floor. That was absolutely incredible.
If you're going to cultivate a match point, you might as well do it in some style. And the timeout now called at match point down. Even timeouts can be dramatic in this one.
Well, you said there was tension out there on the table. There's tension here in the commentary booth. Just watching them out there.
Truly, we live in luxurious times getting to watch this meeting between Poland and Australia. Just like to issue a gentle reminder to you all that this is potentially the first of 3 matches. Rip a page out of your calendar and your diary because you need to cancel all your appointments.
Here we go. Big moment this. Well, it is Poland. Not deterred by the timeout, they take the 5th and final game, and they take the opening match here in this gold medal contest. What an encounter that has been for us a joy for us to watch, but luckily we've got more to come, but that was absolutely incredible. Look at that scoreline. It went the distance. We said it would be intriguing, it certainly was.
That was a spellbinder. Glorious sport. And now, what a match we have the pleasure of advertising to you next, because we're going to see a repeat of the semi-final in the Class 10 singles competition. Well, let's attempt to extrapolate some data meaningfully from that. Don't know where to begin.
Well, where to begin? Indeed. I don't know. I don't really have many words left after that.
We brought you clarity right there. Poland lead Australia. That is clear. And what is clear is that it's a big psychological step taken towards the gold medal by Poland. Yes, it's a material step. They have the first tie on the scoreboard. But in terms of the manner in which they won it, they will feel empowered, emboldened and ready for action. Partyka will be up for this. Not that she's ever not been up for this, because that's the way she's played for her entire illustrious, distinguished career.
That is a huge win for her, though, going into this next match. She's never beaten Yang. Beaten by her in the singles earlier this week. And we said before she had a point to prove, and she's proving it.
パーティカ選手、今回の東京の大会で4勝1敗調子いいですね。世界選手権でも2002年以来負けなしというナンバーワン選手です。32歳。パラリンピックでもアテネ、金、北京、ロンドン、リオは銅ということになっています。8回のヨーロッパチャンピオン、団体でもリオでも金メダルを獲得しています。ポーランドはナタリア・パーティカ選手登場です。
So Natalia Partyka, representing Poland, current world champion, dating back to her first.
Well, isn't the psychology of what we're about to see so interesting? Over the years, a meeting between Natalia Partyka and Yang Qian had a fairly clear outcome, which was a win for Natalia Partyka. She came into these games leading 6-0 in the head-to-head between the athletes. However, and it's a big however, victory for Yang here in Tokyo. And how did she win it? 3-2. The score 11-7, 4-11, 9-11, 11-6, 11-9 in 3/4 of an hour. Partyka was going for yet another consecutive title in singles competition. It would have been her 5th. She was deprived, denied by the player that you're looking at right now. And the reaction of Yang Qian when she won the match was as though she just had an enjoyable training session. She was so calm and composed, and then went on to do the key piece of business, which was finish the job and win the title. And all of that has set us up for a marquee match.
She's also held the Asian Games title twice, 2010 in China and 2014 in...
Yang is certainly an interesting one. Silver in Rio, silver in London, both in singles. Gold here. She's just getting better. Partyka so used to winning, so used to having things her own way for so long. As you said, 4 Paralympic titles heading into these games before Yang put a stop to that.
What was very apparent from the match that they had at the semi-final stage of the singles tournament was that Partyka was not quite at the sort of level that we know and love. Now, the thing that one has to put an asterisk by there is that Natalia Partyka's default level is virtually flawless. So any small dip in that, and it's tempting to look and go, my goodness me, what's going wrong? Well, actually not very much is going wrong. It's still Natalia Partyka. She's still one of the greatest of all time. But she was a little inconsistent against Yang Qian, who was very more established in an equilibrium as she was playing. She was much more reliable. Partyka has a lot of showpiece deliveries. She can end points quickly. Yang was very hard to break down. All of that led to a great match, and let us hope that we have something of a similar ilk coming up now. Yang Qian, she never beats Partyka, except she does. This time, here in Tokyo.
There's that blistering forehand again that we've seen time and time again from Partyka.
What an excellent start from the Polish athlete. That's just relentless accuracy. Wonderful shot from Yang. Kept it so low, it was quickly played, taken early, hard to read. One can just imagine what it has done for Yang Qian to have finally picked up that win against Natalia Partyka, against the Natalia Partyka. The way it has changed her confidence, the way it has impacted positively her self-belief. It's also altered the narrative that people have written about this sport for a while now. She's a great fan of a whole range of sports. Yang Qian, her sporting hero, her favourite athlete of all time is Lionel Messi. So she should understand that narratives can unexpectedly change in a person's career.
Well, she did well to reduce that 3-point deficit she was facing earlier, draw the scores level again at 5-all, but Partyka finding a rhythm again.
This is Partyka doing what she does better than anyone does. Suddenly win a whole flurry of points so very quickly.
Well, she won a whole flurry of points, and she's also won the first game. Natalia Partyka taking it by 11 points to 5.
That's an excellent start. Really first rate from Natalia Partyka. The sort of first game that you really want to have when you're playing against a player who you really want to beat, when you're really determined to get one back.
Well, when you've won 4 Paralympic titles and you're going for your 5th, you're not going to look very favourably on the person who snatched your dream from you, are you? She'll want to beat Yang here today.
Another delightful angle from the veteran Polish athlete. And again, not easy to read. Puts the direction in at the very last second. No matter what happens, these athletes have added to their extensive collection of Paralympic medals. But this is the must-win match for the Australians. Victory here for Partyka, and it's gold. It's that simple. this might be the greatest intensity with which she's played in the entire game so far.
She's fired up. She wants that gold. As I suppose they all do, of course, but this is a revenge match, as we've been saying. Partyka, of course, played in the Olympic Games here in Tokyo too, so she's had a long campaign here in Japan.
Oh, catches the edge. Oh, that was almost outrageous from Partyka. But one has to admire the perseverance of Yang during that rally, because it's so easy when you're attacking in that kind of situation to overcook something.
She was very calm, very patient, was Yang. Outstanding athleticism from Partyka.
Yes, her movement laterally is quite fantastic. Marvellous. I mean, what else can you say?
She is absolutely deadly. There is so much pace and power on that forehand.
A great bit of returning from Yang. So again, wonderful switch from side to side. A lot of variety to the shot making of Partyka. that one down the line, allowing her to just increase the pressure to turn the screw. And then a slightly softer point from the Pole's perspective. What a massive shot. I don't know if you were able to hear, watching at home, the clicking of the rapid-fire shutters as she was about to serve. The attention that is on this match, the world's media surrounding the table. Two huge points from her perspective. Well, from both of their perspectives, but Partyka's the one that's won them.
Game point, Partyka. Wow, well, what a match so far from Natalia Partyka. She takes game one, she takes game two, coming from behind to do the job in this second game. The momentum very much with the pole. 11-5, 11-9, made to work a bit harder for that one, but what incredible table tennis she produced in game two.
She was 7-9 down. What a fantastic finish to that game. I mean, we talk a lot about the notion of match management, of how to produce your best at the time of greatest consequence, and that is what Partyka excels at. It's all very well being somebody who can produce glorious shots and showpiece moments that make the front pages of newspapers because they look so fantastic, or your big emotional reaction. Can you do it at the right time? Are you one of those players that produces your best when it's just about too little too late? Or are you someone like her who knows how to get a match over the line? And she's nearly there, and they're nearly there.
Wow.
Now the delegation begins to chant, Natalia, Natalia.
Two almost identical points straight down the line.
What seems crystal clear is that the moments of inconsistency I just stopped talking there because that was so engrossing. It was such a superb rally. As I was saying, the moments of inconsistency that somewhat dogged Partyka's performance in the semi-final against Yang, they seem to be more minimised in this match. Just when you would like something to go in your favour, it doesn't. It was such a change to the established order when Yang beat Partyka in the semi-final. Partyka is a great lover of crime fiction, so she enjoys a plot twist here and there, but she's keen to get the main character back in a central position, isn't she?
She's certainly doing that.
And yet. Did you even see that shot? I mean, it was incredible pace.
I actually blinked and it was over.
That is such good technique. She's such a good finisher of games. She's so good in this latter portion at pulling away when there's a close contest.
She's a real all-rounder, isn't she? The vision, the shot selection, the athleticism, the speed, the precision. And she's now closing in on this game, on this match, and on the gold medal.
And should she accomplish it, it will be her 6th Paralympic gold, her 10th medal overall.
Five gold medal points. She only needed one. Natalia Partyka takes home the gold for Poland. Poland defend their team title here in Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Natalia Partyka reaps revenge on Yang.
Poland uncorks the champagne. Why? Because it's Partyka time in Tokyo. What an incredible conclusion to this gold medal match. 11-5, 11-9, 11-5. It was as though that semi-final meeting with Yang Qian never happened at all.
We saw big smiles from Australia heading into this match, and now it's big smiles for the Poles. A deserved win here in the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. Just 22 minutes then for Partyka to dispatch Yang in straight games. Her 11th Paralympic medal.
Well, there we have the confirmation. It's an unassailable lead for Poland.
15-minute breather or so, 15-20 minutes at 11:30.
We will not play the third tie, for it is not required. And it's so interesting, isn't it? Because sometimes the tie just races away from you, and maybe that was determined by the nature of the victory in the doubles match that Poland had. It came down to an 11-9 decider, and all of the momentum just carried on with them, and they went into a fifth, maybe even a sixth or seventh gear from Partyka. And they were the ones who were quiet and focused and almost concerned looking at the start, and now they smile, and now there is levity.
Phone call home for Australia to share the good news of a Paralympic silver medal. And they can be proud of their performance during these games.
I think that's a really good point to make, actually. Regardless of the outcome of this team competition, it has been a brilliant games for those athletes. And for Yang Qian especially, I mean, she leaves as the singles champion. Of course, so does Lei Li Na in her classification. And we see as well Melissa Tapper, who didn't feature in our coverage, didn't feature in the tie, but is a crucial part of that team as well, and will be joining them on the podium. Having played so fantastically in the doubles, Karolina Peck was then able to take a ringside seat to watch Natalia Partyka pummel her way to the gold, beating Yang Qian emphatically. The sort of emphatic win that maybe was a direct response to that very close loss that she endured in the semi-finals.
Well, a perfect performance from the Poles. They defend their Class 9 to 10 gold medal, successfully defending the gold. An emphatic singles performance from Partyka. Job done for Poland. And coming up on table 2, we have the men's team classes 6 to 7 gold medal match, and that is between China and Great Britain.
So whilst we are waiting for our next final, which remind you will be around 11:30, let's take a look at yesterday afternoon here at the Metropolitan Gymnasium.
さあこの後11時半に試合を予定しておりますが、その前に一つ昨日の午後の卓球会場の模様、ハイライトご覧いただきましょう。スクリーンをどうぞ。
Republic of China 中華人民共和国。
さらに3人目の選手、クラス3で
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the women's team class 4 to 5 gold medal match.
女子団体クラス4-5決勝戦選手入場です。
Team People's Republic of China.
中華人民共和国
Zhang Bian. Zhang Mi O. Zhao Ying. Versus Team Sweden.
Sweden.
Anna Karin Ahlqvist. Ingela Lundback. So to introduce our umpires to the second final of the morning, the second gold medal match of the morning.
ではこの試合の審判ご紹介しましょう。
From Republic of Korea,
大韓民国
Choi Chang-seong. And from Belgium,
ベルギー
Michelle Hermans. So, People's Republic of China seeded 1 and Sweden seeded 3. Let's take a look at the People's Republic of China in this women's teams class 4 to 5 category. Zhang Bian, 34 years of age, world ranked number 1 in class 5. Paralympic champion here in Tokyo in class 5. Zhang Mi O, 30 years of age, world ranked number 3 in class 4, former world and Asian champion. Zhao Ying, 32 years of age, world ranked number 1 in class 4, and she's Paralympic champion here in Tokyo in that class. In the quarterfinal they beat India 2-0, and in the semis beat Great Britain by the same score, 2-0.
ではこの試合選手を紹介していきましょう。まずは中国勢3人揃えてきました。ジャン・ビエン選手、シングルスでも東京で金メダルに輝いているランク1位の選手、34歳、そして30歳のランク3位ジャン・ミオ選手もいます。元世界チャンピオン、そしてアジアチャンピオンでもあります。さらには32歳ワールドランキング1位はこれクラス4ですね、ジャウ・イン選手、彼女もこの東京で金メダルを取っています。勝ち上がり中国はインドに対して準々決勝2対0、準決勝も英国に対して2対0、盤石です。
So their opponents are seeded 3, Sweden, Anna Karin Ahlqvist, 49 years of age, world ranked number 1, former Paralympic champion from London 2012, and Ingela Lundback, 46 years of age, world ranked number 5 in class 5, has been 5 times European champion and current world silver medalist. In the quarterfinal they beat Thailand 2-0, and in the semi-final beat Serbia by the same score.
対しますスウェーデン、今回は第3シードで勝ち上がってきました。準々決勝はタイランドに2対0、そして セルビアに2対0ぴしゃり勝ってきておりますが、2人で戦っています。しかも両者40代、49歳、ナンバーワンは、アンナ・カリン・アルクイスト選手です。元ロンドンでのパラリンピックチャンピオンでもあります。そしてインゲラ・ルンドバーグ選手、46歳、ランキングクラス5で5位です。5回のヨーロッパチャンピオンの経験があります。さあこの2人で挑むのは中国、どんな戦いになるでしょうか。
So we start with the doubles, and it's the People's Republic of China, Zhang Bian and Zhao Ying, and the two Swedes, of course, Alquist and Lundback. Then we go to match 2, which is singles. That's Zhang Bian against Anna Karin Alquist. And then we have the third match, if it's required, again a singles, which would be Zhao Ying against Ingela Lundback. World number 1 against world number 3, People's Republic of China versus Sweden. Victory then to Alquist and Lundbeck, 3 games to 2, 11-9, 6-11, 12-10, 8-11, 11-8.
もつれましたが結局スウェーデンが3対2でダブルスまず初戦を取りました1対0スウェーデンリードです
So Sweden take a 1-0 lead in the tie, and we move on to match 2. We're on to the singles now. Zhang Bian, representing People's Republic of China, against Anna Karin Ahlqvist. Well, Zhang Bian, 3 times Paralympic champion, successfully defended this here in Tokyo. She previously won in London 2012 and in Rio 2016. She's a former world champion, taking gold in Beijing in 2014. The current Asian champion, a title that she's held on 5 occasions. Current Asian Games champion as well, again, a title that she retained in 2018. She's played 5 matches here in Tokyo and won all 5 in the singles and teams. Played 18 games and won 15 of them with an 83% win ratio.
さあ次のカードシングルスまず中華人民共和国ジャン・ビエン選手ご紹介しておきましょうロンドンとリオそして東京3連覇というナンバーワンプレーヤーです元世界選手権チャンピオンでもあります2014年に北京で金メダルアジアチャンピオンでもあります5回のタイトルを獲得していますさらに現役のアジアゲームスのチャンピオンでもあります34歳ナンバーワンランク今回のシングルスのデータを見てみますと5戦5勝全勝ですゲーム数も見ておきますと18ゲームのうち15ゲーム取ってその確率 83% 高い確率を残していますさあ一つまずダブルスで落とした中国後がなくなりましたこの後シングルスジャン・ビエン選手登場です
So Zhang Bian, 34-year-old, world ranked number 1 in her class, and we've got the world ranked number 1 in class 3 in Anna Karin Ahlqvist, representing Sweden. She's 49 years of age, current European champion, has won the title on 6 consecutive occasions. She was Paralympic gold medalist from London 2012 and won bronze in Rio. World bronze medalist from 2018. She won silver in 2014 and 2010 with the team. The team are previous European champions and took silver in 2019. She's played 5 matches here in singles and teams, won 4 and lost 1. 17 games played, won 12, lost 5, a 71% win ratio.
対するはスウェーデンアンナ・カリン・アルクイスト選手ですヨーロッパでは敵なし6回連続チャンピオンの座を守っています2012年ロンドンでは金メダル獲得しましたリオでは銅でした2018年世界選手権でも銅メダル遡って14年と10年には銀メダルを獲得しています団体戦前回のヨーロッパチャンピオン2019年は銀メダリスト49歳ベテランのプレーヤーアルクイスト選手です今回シングルス東京での成績を見ていきましょう5戦戦って4勝1敗です17ゲームプレーして12ゲーム取っていますその確率 71% となっていますさあスウェーデンダブルスをまず取りました続いてのシングルスアルクイスト選手登場です
We have a little bit more time before this match gets underway. Let's just analyse a little bit further Zhang Bian and Anna Karin Ahlqvist, their points that they've received here in Tokyo. So I did mention that they both played 5 matches. Zhang Bian has won 5, Anna Ahlqvist has won 4. Drilling down a little bit further in that detail, Ahlqvist won 173 points in total, 93 on her serve, 80 on her opponents. She's lost 123 points, 54 on her serve and 69 on the opponents. whereas Bien, by comparison, has won 189 points. That's compared with 173 from Alquist. Of those 189, she won 110 points on her serve, 79 on her opponents. Lost, ironically enough, they virtually lost the same number of points in the same number of matches. 124 Bien and 123 Alquist. And of those points lost, 51 for Bien were lost on her serve, 54 for Alquist on her serve. It's not a great deal to choose between them in that respect. So, match about to get underway. Alquist world ranked number 1 in class 3, and Bien is also ranked number 1 in her class.
さあ両者揃いまして2戦目に入っていきます。中華人民共和国対スウェーデンの一戦、シングルス1試合目です。これでスウェーデンが取ればスウェーデン金メダルということになりますけども、この後ウォームアップを含めまして両者対決。スウェーデンからはアルクイスト選手、そして中国からはジャンビエン選手。まもなく試合開始です。
confirmation of victory to People's Republic of China. 3 games to 1, 9-11, 13, 11, 11, 9 and 11-5. So that brings it 1-1 in the tie and takes us to the 3rd match.
2試合目、中国取り返しました。ジャン・ビエン選手、逆転勝ちを収めています。3対1で取って、これで1対1のイーブンとなっています。
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the men's team class 6 to 7 gold medal match.
男子団体クラス6 to 7決勝戦、選手の入場です。
Team People's Republic of China.
中華人民共和国。
Chen Chao, Liu Curly, Yan Shu. Versus Team Great Britain.
英国。
Will Bailey, Paul Karabodai,
How is it then that one wins a team final? Is it through technique? Is it through guile? Is it through skill?
Egypt,
Is it through plain good old-fashioned gumption? Is it refusal to lose more than desire to win? All of those things we will discover, because it's time for the men's team class 6 to 7 team final. China versus Great Britain going for gold.
the match about to commence on back on the
The People's Republic of China take on Great Britain in the gold medal match in the men's team class 6 to 7 competition.
Lundback.
And that's how it lines up today. We start with a doubles match, followed by up to 2 singles. It is a best of 3, so whoever wins the doubles and the first singles will win the overall contest.
A look at the squad of the People's Republic of China, comprising Yanshu, Liao Kelly, the doubles pairing. The third factor in the equation is Chen Chao, who is not scheduled to participate. And we look at Will Bailey and Paul Karabardak of Great Britain, the 33-year-old and the 35-year-old from Poole and Swansea, respectively. Great friends. They have a fantastic working relationship. They support each other an enormous amount, and that could be very key against an excellent People's Republic of China team.
Yan Xiao, gold medalist in the Paralympic.
This Great Britain team took bronze in Rio. They've already gone one better here. They will be guaranteed a silver no matter what happens, but I'm sure once the players get out there on the field of play, all they can think about is that gold.
I'm sure that you watching at home, all you can think about is that gold, whoever it is that you are supporting, and it's a great pleasure to have your company for this one. We begin with the doubles contest. Yan Shu and Liao Kelly of the People's Republic of China taking on Will Bailey and Paul Karabardak of Great Britain. Will Bailey, Class 7 singles champion in Rio, and a silver medalist here, losing to Yan Shu, who, by the way, is over the other side of the table. We have, don't we, looking at these 4 players, so many intriguing rematches and opportunities for revenge, I suppose.
Absolutely, it's such an intriguing lineup today. These players already know each other so well. They've played each other throughout the week. As you said, Yan Shuo beating Will Bailey in that gold medal match. Bailey will be out for revenge. Liao Kelly, he took the bronze in that class. So gold, silver and bronze medalists all standing around that table now.
Well, it really is a fascinating dynamic. A team competition comprises, as we look at Great Britain's path to the final, a doubles match to get us underway, followed by 2 singles matches if necessary. Therefore, it is first to 2 matches winning the gold. Great Britain's meeting with Spain in the semi-final was quite extraordinary. Bailey and Karabardak lost to Jordi Morales and Alvaro Valera 3-2 in the doubles. Then Bailey beat Morales 3-0, and then Karabardak beat the world number 1 Alvaro Valera 3-2, 11-9 in the decider. Ng Tzu Kin of Hong Kong is one of the 2 umpires, and joining him for this contest is Asko Rassinen of Finland. One thing is absolutely clear, Bailey and Karabardak have fantastic tenacity about the way they play.
Yeah, and that's a great start already. Fantastic tenacity, and like you said before, great communication, because they are great friends off the table as well as on.
We anticipate some extremely high-quality doubles play. Beautiful whip around to play that right down the edge of the table. Oh, that's a wonderful forehand from Karabardak. Now, the classification system in the sport of table tennis is a numerical one, just as it is for all of the Paralympic sports, and class 6 to 10, they are the standing classifications in the sport of table tennis. 1 to 5, the wheelchair sitting events, and class 11 for athletes with intellectual impairment. This is the combined 6 to 7 competition, and what that means is that You have Bailey, who is a Class 7 competitor, Karabardak Class 6. The two gentlemen over the other side of the table are both Class 7. And the lower the number of your class, the more severe your impairment is assessed to be. That one just disappeared, didn't it?
Wow. He sent that across the table with such intent.
Another beautiful diagonal, played with such accuracy. That's a wonderful piece of shot making from Yan Shu. Tight beginning. .26-year-old from Suzhou, reigning Asian singles champion, Yan Shu. And more significantly, in terms of immediate results, what a performance by Yan Shu here in Tokyo to win the Class 7 event.
Absolutely adding to his bronze that he took in the Rio singles. Remember, the winner of that in Rio was Will Bailey, of course, and who can forget his celebration at the end of that match? Climbing up onto the table and earning a yellow card in the process, but he didn't care.
Yeah, he's had a few moments like that, hasn't he, Bailey? One of his victories early on here, he grabbed one of the boards around the edge of the court and went off running around with it. But the point you make actually leads to a more earnest discussion, which is the impact of a confident Will Bailey. He's a very imposing prospect to face.
He is absolutely such an experienced player as well. His 4th Paralympic Games. And he says at the minute he's playing the best table tennis of his career.
Oh, that was great movement by Yan and Liao. It looked as though the British pair had got them. This is a decent shot from Karabardak, but it was a superb movement from Yan. And all of that leads to 5 game points. That's one of them dealt with. Well, there is the opening game for the Chinese duo. And a very fine start by them.
Yeah, they've made a really quick start, haven't they? They look fired up, celebrating every point. That must be hard to play against. The Chinese athletes already back at the table then, keen to get on with the job after taking that opening game by 11 points to 8. They started with such intensity.
Intensity, you say? If it's intensity you want, then you will get it guaranteed from Will Bailey and Paul Karabardak. But your point is completely sound. It was a very impressive beginning from those two. They know a thing or two about doubles play. They won the gold at the Asian Para Games way back in 2014. Bailey said after the semi-final victory against Spain, after the doubles, I was feeling we could still win the match because I've got Paul Karabardak in my team.
There's so much respect between these two.
Yeah, most definitely. It's clear that Karabardak, he looks up to Bailey enormously, sees him as a real mentor figure, but Bailey actually sort of does the same in reverse, and that's a really great relationship between these two competitors. Oh, just went for an angle that wasn't quite there. It's a nice idea, but was it ever particularly on? That was well done by Karabardak. Very simple shot, actually, almost luring the error. Yeah, that's marvellous, isn't it? Great teamwork.
That was a fantastic shot from Bailey. Lovely backhand. Really decisive.
Set up so well by Karabardak too. Very difficult serve. Just not allowing the British pair to establish any kind of advantage, sticking with them almost point by point now.
Well, that 2-point lead that the British are enjoying is now down to 1.
But the leads of 2 points re-established towards the business end of this second game. Players take a brief pause every 6 points. Let's just re-establish the housekeeping and the format of the team competition. Best of 3 matches, each match the best of 5 games, each game the first to 11 points. Provided that one can establish a 2-point margin. That feels important to say now, as we are so well matched in this second game. Oh, that is a very tough one to take for the Chinese players, but they do say you make your own luck.
Right on the edge of the table, but there are a couple of really great points leading up to that. Some fantastic angles played by the Brits.
Yes, it was the movement, actually, of Karabardak in particular in that previous point that was so fundamental. Super athlete, the 35-year-old. Oh, there's evidence. And that's a great example of absorbing the pace, just directing it back rather than putting his own power on the ball, just steered that.
Well, celebrations from the British team, because that is game points for them. 2 game points for Bailey and Karabardak to level proceedings here in this opening doubles match.
And just have that natural pause. The gap has opened up both on the scoreboard and on the field of play as the athletes now make their way back to the table. Moment of great consequence for Bailey and Karabardak, and indeed for Yan and Liao.
And this, a moment of even greater confidence. Consequence, rather.
It will be a moment of great confidence if they win it. Oh, that is a brilliant bit of play from Yan and Liao. Oh, did they have Bailey and Karabardak charging around the city of Tokyo.
Well, what a way to save game point.
What a way to nearly save that point from Bailey. Can't ask for more in terms of pure heart. Brilliant, brilliant play. It's that move from Yan back into position, anticipated the play so well.
Absolutely brilliant. Such power and aggression from the Chinese athletes, and that has earned them game 2, coming from behind to take a 2-game lead here in the opener.
Yeah, how significant might that be? Couple of game points saved and them cultivating the chance and putting it away. There was a moment from Liao in that rally where he had to quickly readjust the shot he was going to play. Did so with the clicking of one's fingers. It was that quick. Great decision making under pressure. To wit, the pressure has increased significantly on the British pair. Andy Rushton administering instructions. Quite quiet conversations, quite relaxed, both camps.
Certainly the Chinese will be a lot more relaxed than their opponents. Heading back to the table nice and early, wanting to continue the momentum. Well, this a must-win game for Bailey and Karabadak in this best of 5. If China take the third, they take this opening contest.
Wasn't that a nice increase of pace? Little injection of something extra from Bailey. We've talked about Bailey being an imposing prospect to face. Well, actually, when Yan and Liao put together a run of points there, fearsome, the belief they have in their play, there's an example of it. They wouldn't really want to be facing that if things aren't going well.
Plenty of noise from the Chinese bench as well.
It's one of the most exciting things actually to see in any sport is an athlete playing with confidence. That notion of flow in sports psychology. That flow is going to be interrupted now because we have a timeout.
I think that's the sensible option for Great Britain to call the timeout at this stage. Now, they started Game 3, opened up a 2-point lead early on, but China, as they do, they come roaring back.
It's one of the things that we've seen in a lot of the team competitions. A tight win in one match can often lead to an emphatic win in the second. But at the moment, that is a hypothetical construct because this is not looking as though it's going to be a tight contest at all in the way that the doubles was for Great Britain in the semi-final and as it was for China in the quarter-final win against Brazil. I mean, that is as authoritative a take as you will ever see. Only one place that was going, and it wasn't coming back. Liao, the 31-year-old from Chongqing, in the south-central area of China, a population of almost 9 million. A city that was founded in 300 16 BC. It was actually where the first ever British consulate was opened in China in the end of the Victorian era, so his home city, the first inland commercial port open to foreigners, has always had a great association with Great Britain. It's an association Britain's not enjoying very much at the moment, though, being controlled in this third game.
Oh, we've seen him do that so many times before, haven't we?
Oh, absolutely, and that's the problem, because he's not being stopped. There is no way at the moment to stop him from doing it, and look at the gap on the scoreboard now. This is tremendous from China.
Yeah, that lead looking insurmountable. 7-point lead. They are closing in on game 3, and with it, the opening match. There it is, 8 match points for the Chinese. But they only need the one. So China take the opening match by 3 games to love. Strong start for the Chinese in this gold medal contest. Not much thinking time then as we go straight into the singles. And that's going to be an interesting one as well.
How good was that from Yan and Liao? That final game, 11 points to 2. It was over in about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, that was a masterclass. Game 3. Bailey and Karabardak really didn't get a look in.
Now it's interesting, isn't it? If one just plays around with the numbers on the scoreboard, if one posits that you lose the first game 11 points to 2, and you lose the third game 12 points to 10, you still lose the match. But do you feel differently having lost the third game 12-10 rather than the gap growing as the match goes on? What seems to have happened here is that China have suddenly got into their rhythm as they head into this big first singles match. The gap has grown rather than closed.
Well, Bailey's response will be interesting here. He's facing the man who beat him in the singles in the gold medal. Took his Paralympic crown away from him. But Bailey, he's a fighter. We know he can play with intensity. We know he's good under pressure. And his response to that opening defeat will be really interesting.
So how do you fancy a rematch of the singles gold medal contest? Good, because you've got one.
Well, Yan Shuo is the world #1 Asian Para Games champion. His ambition coming into these games was to win gold. He's done that in the singles, and he's well on the way to doing so in the teams contest.
But he takes on the gentleman who won the title in Rio. So we have the last 2 Paralympic singles champions in their class facing each other. The only problem, it's not a problem for him, it's a problem for that gentleman we were looking at earlier, is that he's yet to get a win over Yan Shu. 3-0 in the head-to-head for the 26-year-old, with the proviso that 2 of those matches were in 2015, some time ago. All 3 matches they've played, though, have gone to 4. Yeah, that is absolutely magnificent from Bailey. No wonder he reacted the way he did after playing it. But how hard did he have to work to get that point?
Well, he's off his feet at every return shot. He's up in the air.
He's a hugely dynamic player.
Yeah, he says table tennis is his life. Playing for GB is his life.
Yes, he was made a member of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire in 2017, the MBE award. It's a most prestigious honour in Great Britain. Tell you what, they're both striking the ball well, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. There's some great shot selection there from Bailey in particular. Jan might have taken the point, but both playing some really high-quality table tennis.
That is, again, so compellingly precise from Bailey. Real accuracy of delivery. Well, I think it's safe to say that so far this has given us what we hoped it would give. A great contest.
Still plenty more to come.
Again, outstanding, just punching those shots.
Yeah, coach is on his feet. Standing ovation for that one.
I think it's safe to say that Will Bailey's up for this.
I think so. He's attacking every point. And that has just brought up 5 game points.
Played those last 2 very well as Yan Shu.
Well, that's it. First game goes to Bailey. He beats Yan Shu by 11 points to 7 here in game 1. That's a fantastic start for Team GB in this first singles, potentially the first of 2.
Well, Will Bailey has always managed to take a game from Yan Shu. So there's no difference from the previous meetings they've had. It's now what he does from here. It's now what he does moving forwards. They've always gone to 4. What kind of response will we see from the singles champion here in Tokyo at the Games of the 16th Summer Paralympiad?
So back onto table 2 we go. Great Britain against China. Will Bailey is 1 up in this singles.
一方テーブル2の方は中国が1つ取ってシングルスに入っています。
Second game, Bailey to serve, love all.
Well, it's fighting talk from Jan, or fighting play rather.
Yeah, it's a big time match this, isn't it, between two fabulous athletes. There's just something about the atmosphere of a team competition, even in an, in inverted commas, empty arena like this, so the delegations are playing their part. It's very different from a singles atmosphere. You can see, I suspect there, just behind the table, the reaction of Liao Kelly and Chen Chao and the coaching staff.
Wow. Well, the Chinese contingent on their feet after witnessing that point.
It's very interesting this, isn't it? Because Bailey won the opening game in the gold medal match earlier in these games, and the next game saw a complete turnaround from Jan. And he won one of those games 11-2. So
it's working the angles well, Bailey.
Just so important that Bailey is able to halt this real surge of momentum that Jan is building up.
Well, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that shot.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
Yes.
Well, this is good from the British player.
Well, what a turnaround. Quite the comeback from Bailey. Having been 3 points down, drawing level at 6-all.
That's a quite splendid passage of play from Bailey. 5-point lead at one stage. Yan Shu was enjoying. Oh, no wonder Bailey reacts as he does, because it was a good chance. Oh, you heard him say it there, didn't you? Such an easy shot. I think his definition of easy doesn't match most people's definition of easy. It's still, by most player standards, tricky, but by his, he is correct in his judgment.
Especially when he just got his nose in front. Even more frustrating that he wasn't able to execute that as he wanted to.
On the subject of things that are frustrating, that one's going to irritate him. Now that is stunning.
That was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, just no way Bailey could block that back. He may well, Will Bailey, feel exactly the same about that shot as he did the one a few points ago. It was makeable.
Absolutely brilliant. The angle on that was just fantastic. Great placement, great vision. Game point to Bailey then.
Well, Will Bailey may well want to go back and have a few of those shots again.
What a point. What incredible play from both athletes. How did he reach that?
And it was a good piece of judgment from Bailey to take all of the length off the ball, play it short like that.
Game point saved then.
And on we go, and on we go. And where do we stop? Nobody knows. Just been a few moments, maybe more than a few, maybe a sizable handful of moments in this match where Bailey has had the table beckoning him. But what you have got to say about Will Bailey is he's a player who rises to the challenge of a scoreboard deficit. He doesn't fear a game point situation, a most useful asset.
Yeah, you get the feeling he almost needs to be on the ropes, and that's where he almost enjoys being.
He's on them now. Oh, what a performance by that man, Yan Shu.
Well, saving game points to go on and win in such emphatic fashion. 15 points to 13. All square here in this first singles match.
We look back at the highlights of that second game. If we play all the highlights to you, the match will be over by the time we've run through them, because it was just incredible. Even in slow motion, it looks blisteringly quick. But for Will Bailey, undoubtedly, there were moments that he will look back at and think nearly, and perhaps if only. But you know, that's what brilliant players like Yan Shu do. They just find a way to stay in the game until they gradually, incrementally alter the momentum. Now this is going to be such an intriguing third game.
Third game, Yan to serve, level.
26-year-old from Suzhou, which is one of the most ancient cities in all of China. That says a lot. Oh, and that does a lot. It opens up a 3-point lead just as it opened up the table so invitingly. He's just one of those players who seems to make the table look considerably wider than it is. The angles he generates. Almost would say Bailey had to win that point twice, because there was a shot down the line that seemed to have done the job. Yan's reach was sublime. Started playing the sport, Will Bailey, because his grandmother bought him a table to distract him from his cancer treatment, to help with his recovery. And he said that he almost feels like it was meant to be. Table tennis, as you said earlier, absolutely at the heart of his life. And he said he doesn't know what he'd do if he didn't have table tennis. We didn't know what we'd do if we didn't have Will Bailey in table tennis. He's a joy to watch. Brief discussion that doesn't last long. Right. Yan Shu didn't feel that the point should stand. he felt that a let should be played. Well, that one really did cruelly catch out Bailey.
Well, not this time. And he's done very well to bring himself back into this game. Was 3 points down early on and just 1 point in it now.
What a return that was.
Yeah, seems to be a bit of sweat on the table, which can significantly alter the trajectory of the ball. So it's vital that that's all dried up.
Probably the same for you at home watching this, I would say. It's a nervous one, isn't it? Oh, look how quickly he's got to this stage.
Quickly indeed, Jan racing to the conclusion of game 3, 11 points to 6. And he takes an overall lead of 2-1. If he wins this next game, then China take home the gold.
I remember the days when that was a close game. It was about 60 seconds ago. And just suddenly, the Chinese player decided enough was enough. And that is what all of the very top athletes in their field, and we're looking at 2 of them there, it's what they're so good at doing, is just seizing control quickly.
It is incredible how quickly a scoreline can change in this sport. Now, we saw them at even Stevens, 6 apiece, and then all of a sudden, it's the end of the game. A must win then for Will Bailey if he is to keep Great Britain's hopes of that gold medal alive. Jan will be keen to get the job done and wrap this one up. Well, you said they always play to 4, these two.
That won't be good enough for Great Britain. They'll need this to go to 5. Will it? Whatever happens in this contest, the achievement of the British pair in getting to this team final has been stellar. Well, this is the worst possible beginning for the British team at the start of this game. A quick sequence of points, and it's no surprise that the decision has been taken by Andy Rushton to call the timeout. This is a very important spell of respite for Will Bailey in terms of the overall direction of this match. Just 20 seconds to really get himself back on track, which is easier said than done when you're playing a gentleman like Yan Shu. Well, he's on the board at last. This is magnificent from Yan. He is dominating completely.
Yeah, he is relentless with his attack. Utterly ruthless from the Chinese athlete.
Yeah, he's just doing nothing wrong and forcing so many errors. I'll go again. Let called. It's just a remarkably quick mover around the table, Yan Shu. Bailey puffs his cheeks. It's a lot of work to win that point.
It was nicely done. If he can put together a run of a few like that, it'll do a lot for his confidence.
Oh, what a bit of play that was from Yan Shu. He turned the entire rally around with one single stroke. He was defending for so much of that. If Bailey is to lose, he's lost to a magnificent performance from the form player in the world at the moment. And that's not shameful, that's entirely justifiable. Still, there are moments of virtuoso brilliance from Bailey. It's already Bailey and Karabardak's best ever team finish. No matter what happens,
Gold medal points for China. Well, they had 6 of them. They only needed 1. China take the gold in this team contest in classes 6 to 7. And what an imperious performance from that man there, Yan Shuo. An absolute demolition job.
One of the great cliches of sports psychology is the idea that it doesn't matter how you get across the line, you just got to find a way to win. Alternatively, you can just produce an absolutely world-class, undeniably one of the greatest of all-time performances in a gold medal match, and that's what they've done. There are ways to win a gold medal and there are ways to win a gold medal, and that was the latter. Stunning style, incredible table tennis. They are worthy winners.
And that's such a familiar sight, isn't it, in table tennis? The Chinese flag held aloft. They didn't feature in the medals in Rio in the team event, which is really quite surprising, but between them, they've taken home the gold in the teams, the gold in class 7 and the bronze in class 7. And what a formidable force they are.
It's not too bad, is it? It's not too bad at all. Great moment for Liao Kelly as well. First time that he's taken part in a team competition at the Paralympics. These three athletes, Yan, Liao and Chen, have been teaming together for a very long time. Won that Asian Para Games title back in 2014, but a moment to reflect upon just what these two have done. The run all the way through to the final, the best ever team finish that they've had at the Paralympics, that unbelievable victory over Spain, the clear favourites in the semi-final. What Bailey and Karabardak have done is undoubtedly grow the game in Great Britain. There'll be people watching this. Maybe you're one of them right now. You're going to pick up a racket simply because of what you've just seen those two do. There are ways to create a legacy. It doesn't always involve winning a gold medal.
Absolutely, and to take home a silver in the Paralympic Games is a really fantastic achievement. They've gone one better than they did in Rio, where they took the bronze, and they should be really proud of themselves. An utterly dominant display from the Chinese team to take the gold in the men's singles classes 6 to 7. Rio bronze medalists Great Britain take the silver here in Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.